Hello, hello. Okay, I'm gonna start this now. Okay, so in this first hand, blinds are 1-2, raise quite large to 730, 3-bet to 16 blinds. They're very deep. Jack 9-3, flush draw. Half pot call. Turn 9, so out of position, usually play a lot of checks because the middle card pairing is good for the in position player, but that doesn't stop Juan from betting. And there's 32.6k in the pot. Out of position, that's like B, about 66% of the pot. And in position calls with King 10 for a pair of tens. So I think the big blinds, his 3-bet pre-flop looks good. It's obviously a very good flop. And in position on the flop with King 10 of hearts can either call or raise. I think calling is the normal play. The 9 on the turn is interesting. The out of position player just has decided to keep building the pot and betting. This is a fine hand to trap as well, since your hand is just so strong and you kind of want the button to eventually make a hand. And if you bet, he'll fold a lot of his weaker draws. But the button has a very strong draw. I mean, he has a flush draw and a straight draw, and obviously the queen of hearts would make him a straight flush. On the river, it's pretty interesting. I mean, the button ends up calling a sizable bet with just a pair of tens. I mean, it's a bit ambitious to call the river. You're not that high up in your range. I mean, there's some good things going for you, like having some positive interference against particularly king queen, but the 10 is, you'd rather have interference with jack, obviously, just blocking jacks, and obviously a 9. So you're pretty lowish in your range, and I don't think you need to call a hand like this weak. Just because like with the 10, rivering the 10 is obviously good. You have a pair, you know, he doesn't bluff. Big blind doesn't bluff with a 10 in his hand, obviously. But having interaction versus value, like, it's unlikely the big blind has pocket 10s. And like I said, having the king it's okay, because you block king queen, but it could also interact with some bluffs as well, but not many. So yeah, I think it's, it's a fine hand. The big blind obviously made a super strong hand and bet 3 streets and got, you know, probably max value. And the in position player, the button with King 10, he or she decided to make a pretty loose river call. I mean, like I said, you'd rather have a jack in your hand and obviously a 9, which, you know, a 9 is just super strong and you can obviously never fold. You beat value. But yeah, you'd rather just have like like King Jack or Queen Jack. Those hands are just better than this one. But yeah, it's not crazy at the same time. Like I said, it's just that if you start calling with this hand, you're kind of decide to call with everything, or just a lot of stuff. So yeah, moving along. So it's a straddle game with an ante. There's already 1,200 in the pot. And 1,300 on the button. The middle player, the big blind, 3 bets, a bit small. It's a bit small because you're just giving the in position player a very good price, and you don't really want to do that when you play 3 bet pots. So it's half pot, call. It's a very sizable bet. The out of position player can have all types of stuff. Obviously, lots of value with with some bluffs here and there, or mostly semi bluffs. So he'll be equity driven, maybe some straight draws. Maybe just a hand like ace queen with a diamond or something, just putting a lot of pressure on his opponent. And an all in from the out of position player. The tank, and ooh, that's an interesting hand. So the out of position player, I think, he or she made a very, aggressive 3-barrel. I think it looks pretty good. Just not having a diamond in your hand, that would be a good thing automatically. Your cards are fine basically. You have some good interference against pocket 10s and pocket jacks, which are the button's strongest overpairs. So that's a good thing. But at the same time, the jack and the 10 also, that's kind of 2 cards you want your opponent to have. You want your opponent to have jack 10. So yeah, I think it's a completely fine bluff with jack 10. The in position player makes, a really big call with 6s. It's a fine call, having interference against exactly 7-6, which is a plausible value hand for the out of position player. You'd always rather, you'd rather call a hand like ace 8 or, ace 4 even. You'd rather like have a pair on the board. But the out of position player doesn't have too many just, random 6x, I don't think. So he won't, or he or she won't have, just randomly ace 6 suited or like ace 6 of clubs. So calling pocket sixes here is like very reasonable. And you know, a lot of the out of position players' bluffs probably connect around having a king, a queen, a jack, and a 10 in their hand. So, you know, sixes doesn't have any interaction with those cards. So the bulk of the bluffs stem from that, those cards. So the in position player, you know, has two fairly good cards to call with. I think it's completely fine. I think both players played the hand pretty well. Don't have any crazy opinions about it other than I think both plays make sense. So more straddle poker. Okay, usually you would want to raise it up pre-flop instead of calling. Like okay, interesting river. The in position player can have a good amount of flushes. Big pot. Yeah, so oh wow. The in position player got pretty lucky hitting a club on the river since there were some of the clubs removed from the deck. I think so. The hand started with the early position player limping in instead of raising. Usually it's not advised to do that. It's better to either fold or raise instead of just limping. It's a bit of a weak play. The ace-10 of clubs versus the limp can raise, but this player decided to limp behind. I would always raise. So it goes limp, limp, and then the big blinds raise it up and got called by both. The hand goes like ace king, starts putting a lot of money in on the flop and the turn, and then doesn't get a great river after having a very strong hand, and checks, and then is put to decision. Basically, you have a very strong hand when you have ace king, so it's very hard to fold. But that being said, the in position player should have a lot of flushes. They should have a lot of ace X of clubs, or hand like jack 10 of clubs, jack 9 of clubs, 10 9 of clubs. These are all very plausible hands, and there's a good amount of them. So when you're on the river with ace king, it's a very difficult spot, but you're up against a flush a lot, I think, and the only bluffs that the in position player can really have is a hand like jack 10. They had jack 10 of diamonds, but a lot of the time that hand just folds the turn on a paired board with a flush draw, just because your draw is so weak. You're not drawing to clean outs. you know, sometimes you river an ace, which is a great card for you if you had Jack 10 and your opponent makes a full house. So your out is not clean, like when you make your hand. And, you know, if the river is the 9 of clubs, for instance, and it goes check, you know, now you're in a situation where you often don't get paid when you make your hand. So yeah, there isn't many implied odds to call Jack 10. So basically my point is the in position player doesn't have that many bluffs, and it's a, you know, it's a spot where he has a lot of flushes, but it's, you know, it's hard to fold a hand as strong as ace king there. Oh wow, what a hand. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, so there's some limps, and then the big blinds raised, the straddle called, and the button called with 5-2 spades, which is very, very loose. Then starts bluffing basically on the flop with it for half the pot. Now, the player in the straddle has pocket tens and slow plays and just calls. Maybe he, you know, maybe he knows his opponent and puts him on a bluff or something. Now the button, you know, has very weak hand with five deuce, and checks back, and then the river is a king, so a jack makes a straight, and this player in the straddle has decided to check again, and at this point the button has a very weak hand, decides to bluff. So yeah, I mean, pre-flop 5-2 suited should definitely be folded. Just a weak hand doesn't make any strong hands, just too weak, and decides, you know, on the flop to start bluffing, on the turn to check, and on the river, I think, you know, it does. At this point, your hand is so weak that I think it's fine to bluff. It's very plausible you can have a straight on the button. You know, you could have a hand like Queen Jack. You know, specifically Queen Jack makes the most sense. Or you might have a hand, whatever, like Jack 8 of diamonds that wants to check the turn. So you can for sure have some straights as the button. The player in the straddle with pocket tens, I think, makes a you know, I would usually raise the flop with a hand so strong, like pocket tens, to build the pot. But like I said, maybe he just knew his opponent and had a good read that his opponent was weak and decided to slow play. And, you know, ultimately makes a good call in the river with pocket tens. You know, and yeah, I think the player on the button should fold pre-flop, but the rest of the hand is played somewhat fine. And I like bluffing the river because, yeah, you definitely can have a straight and you definitely cannot win if you check. So seems completely fine. Okay, yeah, that's interesting hands. Bit of a cooler. The button raises and the straddle calls. Queen, 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 five flush draw goes check, check. You know, if I think the button should bet the flop with nines, just because the hand needs protection. It's strong enough, good value immediately from, you know, worse pairs, ace highs, etc. And like I said, your hand is vulnerable, so you just want to bet the flop for value and protection for small size. But it goes check, check on the flop. So the straddle player with 9-6 of diamonds makes a flush on the turn, and, you know, starts wanting to build a pot. Bets and the button calls. This is all looks good. The river is the case 9, the last 9 of the deck, and the straddle keeps betting their flush, which seems good. And then the in position player raises, obviously, because they have a full house and it's very strong. And yeah, on the river, the guy or the girl, the player with 9-6 of diamonds, calls, which I think is completely fine. The in position player is representing flush or better, particularly a high flush. I don't think you would raise a smaller flush, although it is not crazy too. Yeah, this is just a cooler. It's unfortunate for the straddle player, and very fortunate for the button. Another limp. Like I said, I think shouldn't be limping. You should be either, when you enter the pot, you should be raising. So it's 4 ways to the flop. Checks to the initial raiser. It goes checks through. Okay, a little blocker bet from the big blind, or raise now. And call. River queen, so be interesting. Sizable bet and a check raise all in. Wow. Again, this is a cooler. It's a cooler. Just nothing else either player can do differently. The player with the straight just has a great hand, and yeah, this is just a cooler. It's a setup, and what a crazy flop for the player with nines, and what a turn for the player with nines as well. Yeah, like I said, if I had 10-8 of clubs, I would have raised pre-flop. But that being said, it looks like he would have, or she would have gotten stacked for all their chips anyways, because it probably would have went raise, the button would call, the small blind would call, and the big blind would call. And yeah. I cannot fault the player with 10-8 for calling the river at all, because it's not impossible that they beat value. Three ways to the flop. Okay, the button that's half pot on the flop. The big blind calls. And let's see what happens here. And it's a fold. The button keeps barreling, showing aggression. And ooh, now the big blind has let out for a third pot. It's a pretty unorthodox play. Basically, there's not many hands you'd want to do this with. Now there's a raise and a call. Oh wow, okay. So yeah, the player with pocket fours seems to have played the hand very well. And the queen 10, I would say, is not very well played, because on the river, the player should not just lead for a third pot. They should check. And then when they're facing a bet, they have a decision to make. Is your opponent bluffing or not bluffing? Because queen 10 at that point would be a bluff catcher. The button is representing a hand as strong as ace queen. So yeah, I think that the button was building a big pot. They had a great flop with a middle set. The big blind has been check calling to on the flop and the turn, which is standard. Your hand is very middling. It's not too strong, but it's not too weak, and it's too good to fold. And then on the river jack coming out, the out of position player leads out, which is, like I said, unorthodox. There's just not many hands you want to do that with. You know, your hand is, again, too middling. You're basically hoping you block bet and your opponent calls a hand like king jack of diamonds or something. That's what you're hoping for if you block bet, but it's a small group of hands. the button has, where this play makes sense, and you just don't want to do it. You don't want to start leading in this situation because it doesn't make too much sense, and it's yeah, the normal play would be to check. And then, like I said, when facing a bet, you would then make a decision if your opponent is bluffing or not. And you have, if you check and your opponent makes a big bet, they can potentially have a whole variety of hands like missed diamonds, or a hand like 6-5, or a hand like ace-3. And then you would make a decision. But like I keep saying, for now the third time in a row, by leading it doesn't really accomplish much. Once you do lead, and you get raised, it's a tough situation. You're basically, your opponent is basically saying that they have a very strong hand, and they've told a very credible story throughout the hand. They bet half pot on the flop 3 ways. They barreled the turn, and now they're raising the river. So they're basically saying, hey, I have pocket 2s, pocket 4s, ace queen, king queen. They could now have rivered and like queen jack for 2 pair. So there's lots of hands that the button can have for value. So having queen 10, your cards are obviously completely fine to call with. You have a queen, which is good. Obviously, you block a lot of value, like ace queen and queen jack. But at the end of the day, your opponent is showing a lot of strength, and you should proceed very cautiously. So I would generally fold the river, because like I said, that the button is telling a very credible story. But well played by the button, and the big blind, the player with queen 10, played the hand fine, but I wouldn't lead the river. And once I lead, I would lean towards folding. But it's not crazy to call. I mean, in poker, there's a lot of very close spots, and that's how the game is. There's lots of close spots. You're either, sitting there with a bluff catcher, or you're sitting there, with a value bet, or you're bluffing, or the spots are just all very close. And, that's why we love playing the game. It's because it's very small margins. But that was a very interesting hand. Okay, moving along. So this is 100-200 with a big ante. So raise, call, squeeze. It's all pretty normal. The big blind checks. The button now bets, and this is spicy. Check raise from the big blind, and a call. Very interesting turn. The big blind checks. Makes a lot of sense to check a lot of your range. Check, check. River pairs the board, so again, a very interesting river and a sizable bet by the out of position player. And now we're seeing an all-in and a call. Oh my god. This is a this is another cooler but interesting hand. So where to begin? So it was a raise from the button, a call from the small blind, a squeeze from the big blind, call from the button, a fold from the small blind. So the big blind decides to squeeze pocket sevens, which is completely fine play. You often just have the strongest hand. You know, it gets you in some tricky spots, but squeezing is fine. You can also just call. The button calls with pocket fives, which is very standard, and the small blind folds, which is also standard. 5-3-2, all clubs. Now the big blind checks, the button bets, which is, you know, good. You want to start building a pot with your set. Now the big blind check raises. Your hand is, at this particular instance, your hand is not strong enough to check raise. Your hand is way too middling, doesn't accomplish much. It's one of those things where you basically fold out. Okay, check raising makes some sense because you basically fold out some hands that have equity versus you. So, you know, 2 overcards or something. So he could have had the plan to just check raise the flop, to fold out some hands that have equity, just like randomly, you know, if the button had a hand like just random king jack or something without a club. So you might want to check raise to just fold out those cards and make the hand a little easier to play, because sevens is in a very tricky spot overall. But again, it's one of those things where the negatives outweigh the positives, and check raising just puts you in a lot of really tricky spots. So your hand is too middling. When you check raise, you fold out a lot of the hands you're beating, and a lot of the hands that have you in bad shape call. And now the pot is getting huge, and you have a hand that really can't make a strong hand. But in this particular instance, it made a super strong hand. So I wouldn't check raise the flop. I would check call. But this opponent decided to check raise, and it seems like it has worked out amazingly, because the turn is a 7 of clubs, and it goes check check, which is pretty standard. You know, both players now lose to any club, or are losing to any club. But then it's the magical river of 3, which makes both opponents have a very, very strong hand. You know, and at this point, it's, you know, all the money's going in no matter what. So pretty unfortunate for the button, and very fortunate for the big blind to have this type of run out and win a giant pot. Yeah, this is a pretty disgusting hand. Not gonna lie. Okay. Interesting. Oh wow, very interesting hand. Wow. Oh wow. Crazy hand. Okay. So quite wild. The hand starts off with the small blind limping in, the big blind raising, the straddle calling, and then the small blind calling. Pre-flop, ace-7, I think should just check mainly, not raise. Or sorry, not check, but complete and call. But they decide to raise, which, you know, it's not crazy. Calling 9-2 of hearts seems too loose. Your hand is just pretty bad. Because it never, basically never makes a strong hand, like a really strong hand. And 5s call, which seems fine and good. 8-7-5 flush draw checks through. Turn 5, so you know the small blind makes quads, which is always nice. It goes check from the small blind. The big blind bets some middling size, I guess, for value protection, which seems fine. The straddle raises very small, and that seems, you know, your hand is way too weak to consider raising. You have a gut shot on a flush draw paired board. Yeah, your hand is just very weak, and you should just fold. If you want to semi bluff, you raise a hand like Jack-9, which can make, you know, stronger hands, like, you know, if you river a 10, or of course if you hit a 6, or you also have 2 overs to the 8 and the 7. So you have additional outs potentially. So you could raise a hand like Jack-9 or 10-9 or King-6 or flush draw, but this hand is way too weak. But yeah, the straddle raises the turn, and the small blind then cold calls, which I think is fine. You have a super strong hand, and you want to kind of keep everyone in. You want someone to have a hand like Jack-9 and then river 10 and win a huge pot. Or you want the river to brick and then for them to keep bluffing, which is what happened here. So I think cold calling is fine and good. And then the big blind wisely folds a7, which at this point your hand, you know, it's probably way too weak to continue, which the big blind recognized. Folded, which is good. And then the river is a 3, and it goes check, and the player with 9-2 bluffs. I mean, at this point, I think bluffing is probably good. If you get to the river like this, 9-2, your hand is just so weak. You don't have clubs in your hand, which is good. You don't have 6 in your hand, which I think is good, because, you know, it's not impossible for the small blind to have a hand like 8-6, like 8-6 of spades, or they make a stubborn turn call with a hand like 7-6 of spades, something like that. And if they did have a straight, they would probably play it differently. Like they would they would have bet the turn themselves, or they would have put an extra raise in on the turn versus the original raise, etc. So yeah, I like the the bluff on the river with 9-2, and obviously the small blind goes all in with quads with the nuts, and yeah, 9-2 is bluffing, so they have to fold. Seems it's a fun hand for sure. The player with 5s, I think, played it really well. The player with a7 played it fine, just fine. And the player with 9-2 made a very loose call pre-flop, made a very aggressive raise on the turn, and then on the river made probably what I think is a good bluff with a hand so weak. But ran into quads, which is never going to make you win, which is never going to win you money. So, yeah. So there's a bunch of limpers pre-flop, and the player in the big blind raises it up with aces, gets a couple callers, and basically loses a big pot versus a flush. As we see here, aces bets out on the flop. Seems, good. You have a good hand. The player with 10-9 of spades calls, which is standard. Now aces goes in defensive mode and checks. The in-position player bets a sizable bet with a flush, builds a pot. And then on the river, the in-position player almost goes all in, just leaves a few chips back, and wins a very big pot. The player with aces, I mean, you have aces, but the board is very, very scary. Your opponent can have a bunch of flushes, sets, not that many straights, because they would have to limp call, and like 8-5 suited or 5-3 suited, which is for sure possible, but yeah, straights are less likely. So the in-position player, your 2RG, is building a big pot with a strong hand, flush, and the out-of-position player is playing defensive with aces. Like I said, aces in this situation, it's you can almost just fold the turn. The reason is you're often drawing dead or close to dead. And yeah, your hand is just so weak in this situation, even though you have aces, and aces is obviously a great pre-flop hand. Sometimes when the board changes, it becomes very weak. So the in-position player bet pretty sizable on the turn. Like I said, aces can just fold right away. And if you have a spade in your hand, obviously you always call. you'd rather just have a hand like king jack with a spade or whatever, just so you can have equity. But calling aces on the turn isn't crazy by any means, especially if you have a read on your opponent. Then on the river, you know, your opponent goes all in, they're telling a very credible story, they're saying, I have a flush, I have a set, and you're sitting there with aces and you just don't beat much. You definitely don't beat value. So you have a bluff catcher, and what are the in position players' bluffs? I mean, few and far between. Maybe a hand like 5-4 with a 5-4 clubs or something. But it's a few hands, and you have to hope that they decide to start bluffing on the turn for a big size and then go all in as well. So yeah, I think on the river you just have to fold aces. Your hand is just far too weak. Don't forget that, on the flop you bet into 3 people, and when that turn comes, a lot of the in position player, a lot of his cards are just 2 spades. He can have king 10 of spades, king jack of spades, he can have queen 10 of spades, queen 9 of spades, 9-8 of spades, just a whole variety of flushes. He can have ace 2 of spades. And like I said, when it comes to bluffs, they can be hard to find. So it would have to be an ambitious type of hand, like a pair that he's deciding to turn into a bluff, which would be a fine play for sure. But yeah, a lot of things have to go right for you when you're sitting there with aces, or your call to be good. So I'm pretty content if I do call the turn to fold the river. You'd rather also just call with aces with a spade in your hand, so you block some flushes and stuff. Calling with aces on the river here, you just block nothing. You block no value, and yeah, even the ace of hearts could be it's a negative card, because your opponent could have a hand like ace 5 of hearts that healed the flop with some backdoors and then started bluffing. So just wait for better cards on the river, in my opinion. But yeah, I'm not saying it's an easy spot to fold aces, but I think you should. Okay. Raise and call from, okay, this is another hand from DIR2RG. It goes check, check. Turn ace, check from DIR2RG. A fall, all bets. Now we see a check raise. So DIR-RG is representing a hand like, ace king or 4, or you can have a little bit of bluffs as well. Maybe a hand like flush draw, like jack 10 of diamonds or something. Now we see an all in. Oh wow. There we go. That's a very, very nice slow play from DIR-R2G. Yeah, I think it's good. I mean, at the end of the day, again, it's a bit of a cooler. Let me just go back. Check, and 66% pot. Small check raise. Small-ish check raise. and then all in for roughly pot. Yeah, this is just a cooler. Yeah. Cool played by from R2G. Slow played on the flop, check raised the turn, and got everything on the river. But again, your opponent AA fall all also made a really strong hand, and this is just cooler. But pretty interesting way R2G played it. They checked the flop, so they wanted their opponent to catch up with whatever they had. I mean, you have an amazing hand with kings, and then when the ace comes you're probably really happy because when your opponent checks back the flop, they probably have a decent amount of ace X. They call the raise pre-flop, so a lot of their cards are like ace something, like ace 9, ace 10, etc. So R2G recognized that and checked again, and once there was a bet, decided to check raise, which is, looks like a really sharp play because the in position player has a lot of ace X and won't fold to a check raise, and he gets a dream river card where now an ace is a full house and king's full can get the maximum. So well played from R2G. Good good to recognize what his opponent would roughly have and got max value. But again, it's a cooler, and I don't blame AA fall for going broke. It's a really ugly spot. Especially, he had turned the flush draw as well, so he was probably loving the turn. Okay, other hand coming up. Raise on the button. Squeeze from R2G. R2G is a popular player on here. And we see a call, 864. And I think we are going to start my session now. So I'll be right back myself. waiting for people to sit. So Looking forward to playing and seeing how this goes down. Looks like it's a straddle game, so 25, 50, 100 with an ante. So yeah, I'm looking forward to playing and talking about some different types of things, talking about some of the hands I've played, and yeah, sharing some stories and stuff like that. So I'm currently in England. Spend a decent amount of time here in England. I'm part Canadian, part English. Yeah, I was lucky enough just now to win the Triton London main event. I won the tournament 2 days ago now. And yeah, it was really an amazing experience. Super fortunate, super lucky to win the tournament. Of course, you always have to be very lucky to win a poker tournament. But yeah, it was a really amazing tournament to win. I was at the final table with a bunch of real poker legends: Ike Haxton, Stephen Chidwick, Doug Polk, Jungle Man, Dan Cates, Juan Pardo, Loon, and John Noel Dorel, and James Chen was there too. That's everybody. And then me. So really different variety of players. I mean, someone like Doug Polk is a real kind of old school legend of the game. I mean, he's done an amazing job of kind of doing different things in poker community other than playing. He started up his own card room in Texas, I believe, and he's famous for his YouTube videos and stuff. But I know Doug as a poker player, and he's very good, very good cash game player. And then of course there's Jungle Man, who is super interesting guy, super talented at poker. He's won the Poker Players Championship in Las Vegas twice, I believe. Yeah, so he's good at all the games. He plays really high stakes cash games. He's really a brilliant player. I have a lot of respect for him. But yeah, he's super fun to play against because he's always putting on an act and being a different guy every time you play him. So this time when I played against Jungle Man in London, he was a soccer player. So he was in a soccer uniform and carrying a soccer ball around, and yeah, he's a funny guy. And like I said, a brilliant poker mind. And yeah, I was, and then there's of course two of my good friends, Ike Haxton and Stephen Chidwick, there, who are two of the best players in the world. And yeah, I was super fortunate to get heads up, and John Noel Thorel, who's a French businessman. He is known for his aggressive and unpredictable playstyle. I've played a lot with him over the years. He's very hard to figure out. He had a huge chip lead, and I was really lucky to get heads up versus him. And our heads up match was really intense because I kind of wanted to play small ball style, and he wanted to play a very aggressive, put a lot of money into the pot style, which for sure made me uncomfortable because, you know, I was trying to wait for strong hands and he was ready to put in a bunch of money with marginal hands and forcing me to put in a bunch of money with marginal hands. So he played really well. He had a really good strategy. Lucky enough for me, I went into the heads up. He had a sizable chip lead and we got around even. I was able to win some good sized pots. I won one big pot where I raised the button, he re-raised. I had Jack-9 suited. I called the re-raise. It came Queen 10-7, Rainbow. I had a backdoor flush draw. So I had an open ender and a backdoor. He bet sizable again. I thought about either calling or going all in. Because he was putting so much pressure on me, I thought that if I called, he often just bets huge on the turn as well, and I don't get to really see two cards that often. So when I see the flop, there's three, of course, and I want to see the turn and the river. But he was denying a lot of equity for a lot of equity realization because he was putting so much money in on the turn as well that there's, say when the return comes 2 or something, and he bets huge, I have to fold in some cases. So I decided to go all in with my straight draw as it's like a semi bluff. You know, if I get called, I have equity, and if I go all in, I can make some better hands fold, I thought, anyways, you know. So he had pocket fours, so the board was Queen 10-7, and he had fours, so you know it wasn't a good board for pocket fours. But he thought about it, and thankfully he folded. Oh, looks like we got some action. She's Bugatti, I guess. Little play on words with. I want to test out the. I just want to test out the software a little bit. Okay. Okay. So my opponent limped. Check. Check. Hey, Kugai. Okay. So he had a good hand, I had a good hand, and he wins with his ace jack high. But yeah, so like I said, I was playing heads up versus John Noel at the Triton London main event, and I was lucky enough to get in pocket eights versus his pocket nines and ultimately win the oh, okay, this guy just left. It was unfortunate. Yeah, just now I got in a few hands versus Kugati. In this first one, he limped. I just checked 7-4 diamonds, ace 9-2 rainbow, check check, turn 9, check check, river deuce. So I'm playing the board. Just decided to pot it, the bluff. I mean, it's very reasonable for me to have a 2 in my hand, so for me to have a full house. And often we're just both playing the board. So I decided to bluff and pot it, and he raised. So now he's repping, a slow played 9 or a 2 himself. I mean, I can't really call the chop. I can re-raise, but went against it. Decided against it. And the next hand, I raised to 120 with ace 10. He re-raised to 360, so 3x my raise, but quite small. Usually you'd 3-bet bigger and heads up. I have a very easy decision to just call, I think. If he made it bigger, then my hand starts becoming more attractive to add as a 4-bet bluff of some sorts. Well, yeah, you could, but not that often. The flop, if we was to just check down, my hand is just, is good enough to check down and try to win with ace 10 high. If he bet the river, for instance, I then have a pretty attractive hand to raise as a bluff with the ace of clubs. But when he checks, my hand is, just winning the pot enough that I just check back, and he pipped me with slightly better with ace jack. Seems good by both players. And then here it goes. He limped. I checked 8-3. My hand is very bad. Ace queen 6. I have a flush draw. Check check. Turn queen. Check, and he bets half pot, and my hand is just slightly too weak to do anything but fold. Of course, we have a flush draw with the 8 of clubs, but again, our hand is just too weak to do anything but fold. If we had a higher club, like the jack of clubs or even the 10 of clubs, then it starts getting more. Jack of clubs for sure, but 10 of clubs starts getting more interesting. But yeah, this one is just too weak. So I folded, and he won 3 out of the 3 pots, and I lost 3 out of 3 pots, and then he left. Oops. Oh shit. How did I? Oh, that's it. And we're back. Okay. So yeah, yeah. Um, like I said, the Triton experience was amazing. I also came fourth place in one of the side events in the 200K. That was another really good experience, and I came close to winning that, so that felt good and kind of gave me good feelings for the upcoming tournaments. And yeah, the main event of Triton was a great tournament, like great fields, and like I said, I got heads up versus John Noel, and we were close to even in chips, and I raised pocket eights on the button. Sorry, he raised on the button. I 3-bet pocket eights out of the big blind. He went all in, and I called pocket eights because it's just a good hand. And he had pocket nines, and I was super lucky and hit an 8 on the river to win the tournament. So really, really lost for words because I couldn't believe I won, basically. So yeah, that just happened a few days ago. So I'm still, feeling good, riding a high off that. And now I'm happy to be here with you guys, just talking a little bit of poker and playing and just hanging out. So yeah, overall doing good. So at the Triton events, it's really amazing because we get to play against really top players from all over the place. Bill Ivy's there, Patrick Antonius, Tom Dwan, as well as guys like Jason Kuhn and stuff. They're all great players, so really a pleasure playing all those guys. Trying to think of some interesting hands that I played at the some interesting hands that I played at the final table at the Triton main event in London with the one on which I won. There were quite a lot of hands that were interesting. I'm just going to quickly take a look at it and see my phone. So basically at the final table, there was a lot of, I was kind of just able to stay away from all the crazy hands. John Noel Thorell, who came second place, he was getting pocket aces quite a lot and winning huge pots versus the other guys at the table. So he won a huge pot with pocket aces versus Stephen Chidwick's ace king suited. He won a huge pot with pocket aces versus James Chen kings. He won a huge pot with aces versus Juan Pardo's king queen suited. So yeah, he was, he had a, John Noel had an amazing run of cards, and he played, he's also an aggressive player, so he got paid for having those having aces and stuff like that, because he's an aggressive, unpredictable player. So he was able to get paid when he had those hands. And I was kind of on the sidelines, kind of staying out of his way, so to speak. Trying to think of some interesting hands that I played at the final table. I won a big pot versus Jungle Man when we were three-handed. He raised the button and I called with Queen 9 of clubs in the big blind. Came King 9-3 rainbow with one club. So I have middle pair and a backdoor flush draw and backdoor straight draw. I check, he bets, I call. It's just a normal sequence of events. I just wanted to I just want to call with my hand. Turns a 3, so King 9-3-3. I'm bringing a flush draw. I can potentially lead my hand, but my hand is just too middling, doesn't need that much protection, and also because we're three-handed and there's ICM implications, I don't have as much 3x, so I don't turn trips as much because I'm calling a bit tighter pre-flop, so I don't have 5-3 offsuit and stuff like that. And so I check and he checks, and the river's a 9, so I make a full house, which is a magic card for me. So King 9-3, 3-9, and yeah, I decided to bet about 66% of the pot or something like that with my full house. And he had King 4, so he had a pair of kings, and he had a strong enough hand to call for sure. Just having top pair is pretty strong there for him. So and I can for sure be bluffing with like Jack 10 and stuff like that, Queen 10. So yeah, I won a really nice pot there from Jungle Man. I got really lucky on the river to make a full house. But like I said, poker, you need luck. Like no matter what, you need luck if you want to win. So that was a really nice pot, three-handed for me, and when I got heads up, trying to find some interesting hands. The very first hand of heads up. So when we got heads up, he had a 2-1 chip lead. He had 83 blinds and I had 43 blinds. So John Noel had 83 and I had 43 blinds. First place in the tournament was almost 4.2 million. Second place was 2.8, roughly 2.8 million. So it was a really big heads-up match. The very first hand, I raise Queen 10 offsuit for roughly a min raise. He re-raises around 4x my open, so a good size. I call with Queen 10. My hand is just, has good playability. I can make a lot of good top pairs in the heads up scenario, or straights, stuff like that. So I call. It comes ace king 3 with a flush draw. I just have Queen 10, no flush draw card. So the pot is getting quite big. It's 5 million and I have just over 10 million. So we're playing 2 pots. There's 2 pots left, basically. John Noel bets half the pot. I have a pretty interesting decision right away. I think my hand, so it's ace king 3 with a flush draw. I have Queen 10. I think it's a hand that, of course, hitting a jack is huge, and I can potentially win a huge pot. Also, if I hit a queen or 10 and he checks the turn, I can easily just check back the turn myself because I'm in position and I can just show down my hand and win potentially on rivers. So I think I should for sure call and see what happens, especially since I'm in position. So I called, and now the pot is getting quite big. So now the turn is a 10, so it's ace king 3 10, and now there's 2 flush draws, so it's double flush draw turn. I have Queen 10 and the pot is 9.9 million. I have 8.2 million behind, so roughly 80% pot left. And John Noel bets 7 million into 10 million, so the majority of my stack, and I have a really hard decision with Queen 10. It's literally the first hand that heads up, and I was unsure of how he was going to approach it. Basically, I'm in really bad shape if he has a hand like ace queen, ace 10. These are all hands that he could for sure have. He can have a set of kings. He can have just ace 8, like for a pair of aces. He can have so many different hands that just have me in really bad shape with one card to come. And the way I look at the spot is that I have plenty of just ace X myself that can call and never fold. So I don't have to make any crazy calls with a hand like Queen 10. And like I said, it's a double flush draw turn, so I can have a hand like King X with a flush draw, for instance, that would never fold either. So there's lots of hands that I'm never folding. And this is just like one of the weakest hands I have on the turn. Like, it's not that strong. And like I said, I can be in very bad shape versus a strong subset of his hands. And I didn't know what to do, and I decided to fold and just to find a better spot, so to speak. And I folded and found out later he had pocket 9s, so the board is ace king 3 10, 2 flush draws, and he basically put me all on the turn with pocket 9s, which I was really surprised about. He basically just decided to run a big bluff against me in the first hand with, when he gets called, he's basically drawing dead. He'll always have 2 outs, more or less. But like, yeah, it was basically a super aggressive play, very risky from him, but it worked. And I think it's just, in those situations, I just think like hats off to my opponent for making an aggressive, strong play that ended up, it ended up working out. So, yeah, for me, I don't regret folding or anything like that. Because, like I said, I can easily just always have an ace and call or some other hand. So, for me, I don't look at poker that way. Like, I don't look at it like, oh, he bluffed me, I should have called. I think, like, good play by him, and I'm so happy with my fold. I would do it again. But yeah, so there were some other kind of interesting hands that happened between me and John Noel. So at this point, he is having a big lead on me. Okay, let's see. One second, I'll be back in 2 seconds. Oh, geez. Okay, so I've come back and there's some bit of action. Okay. So I'll get back to the some of the hands I played against John Noel heads up shortly. Yeah, we made a good call. So yeah, when I had the 7-4, when I had the 7-4, pulling this hand pre-flop to king 8, slightly loose, but I think fine versus the size. 7-4 I thought was a fine bluff. I mean, on the flop I can check or bet. The turn I turn an open ender, and so we can take a look. My opponent left. Fortunate. Kind of want some action, but a lot of people so far have just played a couple hands and left. So we can start back here. So yeah, on this one with the 8-3 of hearts, he overbet the flop. He bet 120 into 100 on the flop. I have a pretty easy call with a pair and a backdoor. On the turn when he bets, it's just an easy fold. Really weak hand. So this hand is pretty interesting. Might be slightly ambitious. I mean, I min raised the button with 7-4 off. It's a hand if I'm raising bigger pre-flop, this hand should just be folded. But since I min raise, I can throw it in there. I think it's fine to have this hand as a min raise, but that's only if I'm playing like a small raise first in strategy. But it's a pretty weak hand. But I decided for the stream to raise first in with a hand that's quite weak, but I think it's fine. He calls with queen 3, which is standard. Queen jack 6 rainbow check. I can either check or bet small. My hand again is quite weak, but yeah, it's a situation where I can bet and get a bunch of better hands to fold. My hand is really bad. I can bet the flop and just like shut down as well on certain runouts. But I bet a third pot. He calls, turns a 5, which is like one of the better cards for me, and I mean for my hand. He checks. I think I have a very easy overbet. I'm kind of playing like a polarized strategy where I'm betting hands like this, some draws, but also when I have queen X. So you know, any queen X can overbet more or less on the turn. Since we are heads up, ranges are wide. A queen is strong enough to overbet. So I overbet. I mean, I can check as well. But yeah, I can check some more middling draws, I think, like, you know, 9-7, 9-8, which is a double open under. Sorry, a double gutter. But yeah, I think it's just fine to overbet it. I would obviously prefer a spade in my hand, but seems fine. And the river's a deuce of spades. I mean, it's a situation where, I mean, I have one of the weakest hands I could possibly have. I kind of have exactly, yeah, probably the worst hand I could possibly have, other than 7-3, which doesn't overbet the turn all that much because it's a bit weak. So yeah, I have close to the bottom of my range. Obviously, I would prefer a spade. That being said, I'm still able and allowed to value bet hands like ace queen with a spade, king queen with a spade, even bear ace queen I would bet. I can have a bunch of two pair flushes. I can have 4-3. And yeah, I'm really low in my range. There are a bunch of other weak hands that I have that I can just give up. The 4 is kind of a card where I'm matching 4-3. So it basically makes sense to bluff. Now, what would be a size that I would want to bet when I have, a hand like ace queen? Well, something pretty middling makes sense. Half pot or the size that I bet makes sense. And then I want a size that's giant, so like all in. Makes sense when I have flushes. And if I had a spade in my hand, I would be much more inclined to go all in as a bluff. Because yeah, having a spade, obviously I block more of his flushes. My cards are not great, but like I said, I'm close to the very bottom of my range, or at the very bottom, and I decided to put this in a middling size as a bluff, which I think is good. And yeah, you put a lot of pressure on, he'll have hands like king 10 for king high that always fold. He'll have some jack X. He'll have some queen X that he's not thrilled about calling. You can have ace 6. Like, there's a bunch of hands that get to the river and fold. And like I said, I have a bunch of value bets, and this just happens to be one of my bluffs. So I bet, and he has a really nice hand to call with. He blocks straights, he blocks flushes. Yeah, and he called pretty quick, and he should, because he has a good hand. And the queen is obviously good because I'm value betting hands like king queen. So yeah, I think that all makes sense. This one, he limped the button. I check ace 2. It goes check check on the flop. Turn I bet 2/3. And he calls. The river's a jack. I decided to get greedy and just overbet my hand. I will play a lot of different sizes and strategies and exploits in people who sit with me, I would imagine. So yeah, I wouldn't generally overbet here, but I think it's makes a lot of sense. I have a bunch of missed draws, and an ace should be strong enough for a big bet. And maybe this is a little big, but I think it's this is also a little I open to 120, he 3-bets to 410, which is small in heads up, and I have a pretty speculative hand with king 8. I would always call king 9 versus, he only made it just over 8 blinds after I made it 2.4 blinds. So it's not a big 3-bet. King 8 is loose-ish, but I think fine in position where I get to make good decisions, and he bet, and I obviously have a very easy flop fold. My hand is just way too weak. And yeah, then I gotta walk with queen jack. Oh, and there's more poker to be played. 5-4 suited is a nice hand. I would have 3-bet it. Oh, it looks like we have another player joining. I mean, our opponent shouldn't really be betting here. The ace is just good for the button. And yeah, I don't think they should be potting the turn. I think King 2 just supposed to fold. But it starts getting closer when I have hand like King 4 or whatever. The 2 is just so bad. And I'm just trying to also see how these guys approach poker and play. So yeah. Three raises again. So there's a nice pickup on the turn. I obviously call the flop with a gut shot, 2 overs, drawing to the nuts. On the turn, when the 4 comes, 4 clubs, he checks, and of course I can check back and try to hit a 5, 7, or 8. Or if he checks on a brick, and I have to bluff. But yeah, I can plausibly have a bunch of stuff. For value on the turn, like I can still have a 6, I can have a flush, I can have a 4, so Interesting. He tanked long and checks. I think my hand can win by checking back. I have some other hands that can bluff. He can have like ace-5. Okay. Not sure if I would be able to make him fold that one, but I think my hand is too good to bluff, basically. I can just beat stuff at showdown, and I can have worse hands to bluff. Like I wouldn't have folded the flop. You know, with no, I could just have like 10-9 of spades and stuff like that, and yeah. And my hand just can beat a hand like ace-5 or whatever if he gave up 7. Oops, kind of timed out there. Too busy talking. I think the 7-6 is pretty close anyways, but versus a button limp and a 3x from the small. Anyways, yeah, I think ace-10 is just too good to bluff, then I can for sure just win at showdown. And I have some other things to bluff, so feel pretty okay with that. And unfortunately, didn't hit a spade river. I was hoping to do. No action with ace king. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with who I played the ace 10 of spades. His play with 7-6 of hearts is ever fine. Generally wouldn't be building a pot like that, but with like a medium hand, but it's definitely fine. Nothing crazy, and he might have. He had a decent hand to check call the river with too. If he decided to bet twice and then check the river, he'd pick off spades and pick off some other hands. Looks like we're getting a game going. So far hasn't really been haven't won many pots myself, but it's a long session and pretty okay with some of the decisions, like the heads up, the 7-4 bluff I think is fine. The ace 10 of spades hand seems fine as well. Like yeah. Mr. Duke, calm down, my friend. Could have bet the flop, but checking is also fine. You can do either. Our hand is really weak, you know, doesn't really have any backdoor draws, and I think just checking and trying to see a turn is fine. Usually, what you want at least a diamond in your hand. But it's a pretty dry board, and a lot of their hands miss as well. But it's 3 ways, and I just have to be careful with, I have to be selective basically with my bluffs and how much money I'm putting into the pot and stuff like that. And that one just seemed fine to check. But yeah, it's fun. Software is pretty nice too. It's nice and smooth. Just decided to bet the turn. Get a really strong hand there. Thought it was fine. It's a weird spot because, you know, I'm not really supposed to be playing too many limp pots there, but my opponent limped the button, so not sure what his approach is. Seems like, you know, trying to play some small pots, trying to see some flops, and yeah. And then I think my other opponent is has a little more aggression. Okay, hit sevens, jack 10. Both players look like they put that okay, pretty reasonably. My hand was good enough to re-raise. Big re-raise here by my opponent. I mean, pre-flop seems pretty good from me sometimes to re-raise. I have a hand that plays well in a 3-bet pot in position. And he has been opening a good amount from the small blind. So I think, I mean, I'm not positive, but I can imagine I have a feeling he's opening pretty wide. And I want to either call or 3-bet. That time I decided to 3-bet. I think I have a pretty easy flop bet. King 9 X, dry board, it's good for me. I have a bunch of just like ace, king, king, queen, pocket nines type things. And he just has a lot of misses. He just has whatever, ace 6, no backdoor type stuff. So my hand just wants to fold out a bunch of stuff. and I have backdoor stuff, so I have potential to make a strong hand, and it's good to just bet small there, like a third. You don't need to bet any bigger. You can get all in by the river, no problem. And when he check raises, he check raises quite large. If he check raises smaller, I have a closer decision. But he made it quite large, so I just can't continue. It's too weak of a hand to continue versus that size. So now we're playing four-handed. You got hands, okay? There's no ante in this game, so I'm gonna have to play a little tight in some of these spots. Yeah, with like the Jack 5, you just can't really limp in on the straddle, and raising seems a bit loose. If there is an ante, it changes things quite a bit. Nice little pickup. So the button now only has, it's quite short. Make sure to add chips. Uh, I'd like to add chips. Yeah, I think he has a good hand to call with. I made a bit of a loose raise on the button with 5-3 suited. Just, you know, bit of it is for the stream, just to create a bit of action. Betting the flop seems whatever. You can check or bet. Turn, you were slightly maybe too deep to run a completely no equity bluff, but it would have been potentially fine. And then the river, I have a pretty good hand to bluff raise, just blocking some sets and some 2 pairs of his and matching the times I river, say, I kind of like 5s. But yeah, it's a bit of an aggressive play. So yeah, I think I've mainly just not made many hands so far, and have been forced to bluff a bunch of spots that haven't worked out, but that's okay. It's part of the game. I think some of the plays are maybe a bit ambitious, but you know, I'm trying to have a bit of fun as well and create a bit of action. So. a good board for us. King, Queen 10. We have some straights and sets and two pairs and stuff. It's definitely a better board for us than him, so we get to be pretty aggressive. I also have equity with the ace. I can hit an ace, I can hit a jack, and it's just a good spot to be aggressive. Folds here. So, did earlier, we had a spot with 5-3. Yeah, it's just an aggressive play. Like I open a little loose on the button with I open a little loose on the button with 5-3 diamonds. Small line, big line fold, straddle calls. King 8-4. I don't have much of a hand, but I can just c-bet and win. I can turn some backdoor stuff. I can start bluffing on a whole variety of cards, such as. Well, I'll play this hand quick and. Yeah. So, you know, I c-bet because I don't have much of a hand, and I can potentially bluff certain cards like a 7, a 6. I can turn a 2, which would give me an open ender, etc. So I don't think it's all that crazy. To c-bet the flop, and the turn's a queen. I mean, I can start barreling my nothingness. We aren't overly deep, so yeah, we're the deeper we get, we might be a little more equity driven. But I don't think it's crazy to just barrel this one off. Unfortunate. I mean, it's not an exciting spot to call the river, but queen is pretty reasonable to call with. Like when I have a queen, ace queen, just blocking king queen. Of course, he can just have a variety of just better hands, but decided to look him up. I think it's reasonable to call, and there's a bunch of hands I'm gonna fold, so. I mean, this hand with the queens, it's like I could have just folded the flop as well. Obviously, me hitting a king is good and queen, and there are situations where you call the flop and check down and win. So yeah, maybe folding the flop is just better. I don't think it's crazy to check call, but I think our opponent has been also not positive, but a little more on the solid side. So maybe maybe it's better to just fold the flop, but it's very close. So yeah, back to this 5-3 hand. I could have barreled the turn. Don't think it's insane, but decided to check. River's a 5. So when he bets, the middling-ish size that he bets, I don't have too many bluffs here, but my hand is one of the better bluffs I have. The 3, it's pretty, when I have 5-3, rivering the 5, I'm basically bluff catching versus bet, but I want to have some bluffs because sometimes I just river king 5, sometimes I river pocket 5s, and you know those aren't those hands then need some bluffs, and me rivering the 5 seems good because I then block 5s and king 5 myself, and they kind of match the hands that I'm trying to rep. So yeah, I think it's a fine bluff, and I mean he tanked for a good amount of time and called with king jack, and I think you know he has a pretty nice hand to call with. So I would imagine, you know, if he had a hand like king 9, maybe he would have been in a harder spot if he thought king jack was, you know, a tough call, which it definitely is. I'm not saying it's an easy call, but yeah, it's, you know, one of his best kings. And he has to call some stuff other than just 2-pair or whatever. So yeah, I'm not trying to say that's an easy call or something with king jack, because it's not. I'm repping really strong on the river. I'm repping straights, sets, 2-pair. So he's a bluff catcher. So it's not an easy call by any means. But yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with my option to bluff this one. And yeah, I need bluffs, and I think it's a good candidate, and he made a good call. So this is our hand. This is our what is it? I mean, so he's basically saying that he has a king or something for, like, he shouldn't have, I mean, he can have exactly a7. We're just gonna look him up and see that. Okay. Bit of a strange one. Basically, yeah, he's supposed to have a lot of just like 10 high type stuff on the he's supposed to have just a bunch of junk that calls the flop, just like 10-9, 9-8 type stuff. Then perhaps he's compelled to bluff those on the river. I have a decent hand to call with. I didn't think there would be too much queen high bluffing, so obviously a pair of twos is okay. But yeah, so it's an interesting hands. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the 5-3, even though yeah, he made a good call and I lost the pot. I'm pretty happy with the bluff. What else hands do we have? This ace-10, he raised from the small blind. I called, he checked, I bet, he folded. I can either check back the flop or bet. I mean, seems either option is fine. Yeah, I would like to add chips in. Okay, that's better. I was having a hard time adding chips, but that's because I was clicking the wrong thing. So yeah, what else were we looking at? We were looking at there weren't so many interesting hands. This hand is, you know, I raise the button, he calls a small blind. He checks, I bet 66% of the pot. He calls, turns a 10. You know, he has a lot of 10x, so it's not a great card for me. Check, river, jack of hearts. Bets. And yeah. He bets, and you know, it's not a great river for me. There's a bunch of hands, you know, like king queen. He can have king 10. He can have 9-8. He can have flushes. I lose to a lot of stuff, so maybe this isn't the greatest river call, but at the same time, you have to call some things, and you got to keep your opponents honest. And you know, I don't know this player, so it could be a situation where he turns a 7 into a bluff or something like that, and that's definitely possible. He's supposed to come up with some bluffs, and you know, a hand like 8-7 or something is pretty reasonable one. So yeah, basically, like I said, got to keep your opponents honest. The queen is a decent card. It blocks queen 10. It blocks king queen. So I got to call some stuff, and This seems like a reasonable hand to call with. But like I said, it's, there's a lot of value bets he has. So yeah, if I have a better read on my opponent, then maybe I just always fold this. But this time, decided to call and keep him honest and see what he had. And yeah, he had the better hand. This one was a bit unfortunate. The button raised, I 3-bet queens in the small blind, ace jack 10 flush draw, I check. He bets fairly sizable. I mean, I kind of just wanted to fold right away. But it can't be terrible to call one. I'm drawing to some outs. I'm not never drawing dead. I can for sure just have sorry, I'll just play this hand. Yeah, my point is with the queens, I can hit a queen, I can hit a king. The ace, then ace can turn, it can go check, 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 check again, and I can win the hand at showdown. So it's not it's not terrible to click call on the river. Sorry, not terrible to click call on the flop is what I'm trying to say. Okay. They both had good hands. The turn is pretty close for me. I was definitely calling the small blind if the big blind folded. But yeah, even though I have a gut shot and a pocket pair, it's not all that exciting to call. So yeah, I made the decision to fold, and yeah, looks like they both take good hands. So where was I? Yeah, with the pocket queens, I just decided to peel the flop and fold the turn. And like I said, folding the flop would have been completely reasonable as well, and maybe even better. I rarely win here, but can win. There you go. Win. So yeah. I'm gonna go through some hands played. yeah, this has been fun so far. Not any crazy action yet. I mainly haven't had too many big hands or anything like that. No big spots. Ran a few bluffs that have been caught. Particularly the time when I had 5 through diamonds and I rivered a 5 and raised the river and got called by top pair. I think that was a finely played hand. And earlier when I barreled 7 high heads up, that was also called by a good bluff catcher top pair. So, you know, the name of the game is bluff in some spots when you have to. And I'm happy with those bluffs. And then, you know, also try to, or hope to make some hands and see what happens. So, probably down a little bit and, yeah, just grinding away, trying to play good, trying to play at least a bit solid. Oops. Okay, and I'm back. So I'm back, and program just shut down. So now I'm back. And yeah, like I've been saying, so far not much has been happening. I haven't won any big pots, just lost a few big pots from bluffing, but pretty content with decisions. So the most I guess famous people I played poker with is that are not just poker players, but I've played poker with Neymar, the soccer player from Brazil. He's a good poker player himself. He's played some European poker tour tournaments. I played with him in Spain, in Barcelona, in Paris, France, and in Monte Carlo. So really cool experience playing with him because I love playing soccer, and I've sat with him and talked with him and stuff, and he's also very nice. He listens, he asks questions. So it's a really cool experience for me getting to play poker with someone I look basically a big fan of because I love soccer. So that's been a really cool experience for me. I've also played with Gerard Piqué, who was the Barcelona player from Spain. He played for the Spanish national team. He was a center back. He was Barcelona legend. He's retired now. Played poker with him in a few different places. And I've also played poker with Arturo Vidal. He's a Chilean player who also played for Barcelona. Yeah, all very nice guys, and for me, it's so cool because you know, I'm a huge soccer fanboy, so um, it's really cool that, you know, because I like playing poker and stuff like that, that I get to meet um, some famous athletes and stuff like that. So I've also met Ronaldo, not the Portuguese one, but the Brazilian one, um, who was a legendary striker. So I met him a few years ago. That was also cool because he was someone I looked up to as I played soccer growing up. Um, but yeah. So basically, calling the turn seems pretty reasonable. I beat some hands like ace 10, 10-8, 8-7, check. And yeah, okay. He decided to bet quite large on the turn with the middling jack. My call is fine. But if he starts, he's betting some strange hands like that, then gets closer. If he's just betting ace 9 or whatever. Yeah, but good to know. Good to see showdowns. I don't know any of these players, so it's important to pay attention and see what kind of hands they have. So, yeah. So far, the play has been pretty good. Nothing crazy. I haven't seen any crazy wild plays. Just guys playing good cards and stuff like that. So nice. We won a nice size pot here. Our opponent 3-bet pre-flop with king queen. Seems like a fine play. After the button called, like I raised, the button called, he squeezed. He chose a fine hand. And his play is completely fine. He was bluffing the flop and bluffing the flop. He bet the flop with a decent hand to bet. He folds out. He makes me fold some ace highs right away, and yeah, he's got some overs to some of my pocket pairs. He has a heart, blocks some of my continues. The queen of diamonds also is a pretty decent card because it blocks some more of my continues, like ace queen of diamonds and queen 10 of diamonds and stuff like that. So yeah, so what was I saying? 1 second, let's go back. Yeah, so the king queen hand, he bet, and then on the turn he decided to bet again, which I think is fine. Again, he's bluffing at this point, and he's trying to find a heart on the river to bluff, or yes, particularly a heart. Like if it came 9 of hearts, he'd be pretty happy to bluff, just blocking flushes. But then he gets in a bit of a interesting spot because the king comes, and now he's actually made his hand. And we have less pot to play. So yeah, it's a tricky spot for him on the river. Like a lot of the time he jams and just gets called by better, but going all in is very reasonable as well. I will sometimes call worse. So and yeah, he showed that he can bluff. He was bluffing the turn, or kind of semi bluffing ish the turn. With high cards. So yeah, I was lucky enough just to have a super strong hand. I had queen jack for trips, and just decided to call the flop and call the turn, not raising. There's not really any need to raise. If he's got a good hand, he's gonna keep betting the river most likely, and if he's bluffing, I want him to keep bluffing, and I don't need any protection from anything. So yeah, and a lot of my like draws and stuff just want to call. They don't want to raise. So if I had hearts for a flush draw, I would just be calling. So yeah, it just makes sense to just call with my strong hands too, not just fast play them all the time. So yeah, that worked out, and it's a nice pot. It's the first big pot I've won of the session. So basically, I started liking poker when I was 18 years old. I'm 37 now, so I've been kind of playing poker half my life. Like enjoying to play poker half my life now. And I started getting interested in poker when I was 18. I was in university and my roommate played. So I picked up poker from him and some other friends that I met in university. And I started playing online just for fun. Some free rolls and stuff like that, and very small stakes stuff. And yeah, just really enjoyed it, enjoyed the competitiveness of it. And yeah, that's how it all began. And when I was 18 years old, I didn't even know what poker was before I was 18. Of course, I had heard about it, but I didn't know how to play. I never really played card games growing up. And yeah, it's a really, you know, it's a game that has so many different elements to it. It's like solving puzzles, basically. Hmm. This is pretty close right away. I'm just gonna fold. That might be a call. It's a bit funny because it's this is actually a format I haven't played much, like a straddled this is also close. It's like a straddled no ante game. So it's like there's a lot of weird spots and ranges are different. Like yeah. I actually didn't mean to make it that size. I'm still getting used to the yeah, I'm still getting used to the software. So I meant to make it a bit smaller there. Didn't mean to make it so big, but making it big there is also just very fine. We're deep stacked, and I'm playing a very specific range of hands there from the small blind. So yeah, this isn't like a format I'm overly confident or comfortable in, just like no ante straddle games. It's yeah, so there are spots where I'm just like I don't have a good intuitive feel. It's always nice to see bet and win. If you check raise, I was gonna call. But yeah. Oh wow, this is an interesting spot. Oh wow. Interesting hand. So yeah, it's just basically the button raised, the small blind called, the big blind folded, I called in the straddle. King 8-3, checks to the button, he bets, small blind calls, I fold, 8 on the turn, check, check, river. The river, small blind makes a bit of a loose-ish bet with Jack 9. I mean, it's a fine bet. It's not crazy. And then calls a raise versus King Jack. This is pretty loose by me with Queen 8. I mean, again, I'm playing slightly looser in some spots for the stream, but I probably missed some closer spots earlier that were also spots I could have been a little loose. But like I said, this format is relatively not unknown, but I don't have a great intuitive feel for it. Okay. This is a bit of a small squeeze size. I obviously can't do anything but fold, but definitely interesting. Okay, we have a new player with big stack, 30K. Semi-block. Okay, now the aggression's picking up, it appears. A few more 3-bets happening. So yeah, I learned poker when I was 18. I really used to love the World Series of Poker main event coverage on ESPN. I used to watch. Actually, my favorite year was 2004 when Greg Raymer won. That's how I really got into poker. It was yeah, Greg Raymer. He was chip leader in the tournament, and he'd have all these feuds with Mike Matusow and Josh Arieh and stuff, and I was so interested. I thought I was so like drawn in how interesting some of these feuds were and how tournament poker worked and stuff like that. So I used to love watching WSOP main event coverage on ESPN. And then I used to always watch it after. I used to watch when Joe Hashem won, and yeah, there were Peter Eastgate won, and yeah, just so many great clips from ESPN back then. Then yeah, it's crazy how life goes, you know. Of course, and then I watched Chris Moneymaker. That was 2003. It was slightly before my time. I learned in like 2004, but 2003, of course, I've watched all that coverage when Moneymaker won, and yeah, like I said, it's funny how life works, because I just was playing with Chris Moneymaker the other day at Triton London. So just it's funny looking back and remembering I was just a guy who liked poker and was a poker enthusiast, and all these years later just playing against those guys. Oh, not good. Another big popper in. Kings, ace, queen. Seems reasonable. Oh wow. The suck out. A good pickup. I mean, three betting a suited ace pre-flop. We're pretty deep. On the flop, yes, he hits the board a lot, but so do I. On the turn, it's a bit ambitious, kind of, not really. He just has a lot of like auto check folds. So he just has a bunch of like hands like King 10 that are really having a hard time continuing. King Queen, even Queen 10. He'll have some Ace Queen type hands. Interesting. Okay, so been a lot of money going into the pot so far. I mean, the turn for sure I can already just fold, but I don't mind peeling one. So yeah, on the okay, let's do one thing at a time. So let's go back to this hand with a6. So like I said, there's a lot of hands. Like he just has a lot of king, queen, king 10, queen 10, ace 10, hands, even just like, yeah, queen 9, hands that call the flop and just fold the turn. And yeah, I need some bluffs. And even though this hand can't really make a hand, I can river an ace and check behind. But basically, the construct of it is just to fold out a bunch of his hands that call the flop and fold the turn. And the ace and the 6 don't interfere with so many of those cards. So I'm happy to barrel, and you can't do it every time. And if you're just too aggressive in these spots all the time, yeah, you could potentially get picked apart. But I think that was a fine one to take that line with. Yeah. And then this hand with Jack 10, the very next hand, I open the small blind calls and these straw calls. King Jack 7, rainbow, checks to me. I can bet if I want, but I check this time, and the turn is a brick 3. He bets large on the turn. Overbet. My hand is okay to call, but not great. I mean, the 10 is not a great card because of a lot of his semi-bluffs contain a 10, but calling is fine too. Also, this player seems like he might enjoy putting money into the pot, and yes, that means I'll be facing a lot of river aggression, but it also means he can just have very marginal hands that sometimes give up as well. River's a 7, and he barrels again. Yeah, at this point, I mean, I will have some King X to call, and I will river the odd 7X here and there, particularly A7. That makes a close call on the turn sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, I think on the river I just wait until I have at least a king, and I will have some. I'm gonna look at this Bastion. Opponents played. Nothing that interesting. There were 3 showdowns. I thought maybe something interesting happened, but not really. Okay. It's a nice spot. So I don't know what he's really doing there, but he opens the cutoff button, calls I squeeze in the small line with king queen off. He calls ace a2 rainbow. Yeah, sorry, king a2 rainbow. So yeah. King 8-2 rainbow. I bet small, like a quarter. He calls with ace-9 with a backdoor. Seems fine-ish. Probably need at least ace-10 with the backdoor, so you can turn a combo draw. But okay, turns an 8. He shouldn't have much 8x. I mean, it's possible since he made this kind of play that he has more than I thought, but at this SPR, so stack to pot ratio, I mean, unless he's trapping me with aces or whatever, I kind of want to just keep betting because he'll have some king jack, some king 10 that I want to get value against. I mean, I can for sure check. But yeah, I decided to bet this time like a block sizing since there's pot left. I don't really need to bet bigger than that, like a block, and jamming doesn't make any sense to me. I'm gonna call here. I mean, I don't think you're supposed to call here. What is going on? Yeah, anyways, I block the turn and he jams, which seems pretty crazy, and I call and my hand holds. So this one, I mean, yeah, pre-flop, I think I'm not supposed to play flats with no ante, but I decide to, and if it's whatever. Yeah, and the big blind calls, checks through turn. I think me just blocking with my hand is good and fine. I can also just check. I block this time. The big blind raises kind of a whatever size. Seems fine. I have only one option, and that is to call. River, I check, and it's basically down to, I mean, his hand looks a lot like Queen 10. And that he's kind of making this thinnish, kind of greedy play, like I don't think he's supposed to have too many of these like imposition raises on the turn, and then that the river, it's just like, you know, it does smell a lot just like two pair or whatever. But also my hands, you know, it's pretty good to call with having a king and having some straight, blocking some straights is always going to be pretty good. And it's not impossible for him to have some bluffs. whatever, some miss spades or 7-6 or whatever. So basically, like I said, I don't know some of these players, and one thing that for sure I've seen is that some of them can be unpredictable and just do random things. So unless I have a better read, I'm pretty happy just calling, and again, keeping them honest. Okay, so I think the hand looks fine. I mean, flop with back doors, I think it's in being in position, it's fine to call. Turn, there's no other option than to call. In river, I just have plenty of other better hands to call with. You know, I was hoping for him to mainly check and give up a hand like ace queen, king queen, and win. Or yeah, so that hand was fine. Yeah, he bet 40%. He bet. Yeah. Yeah, he bet roughly 40% the flop, and thing versus that size on Jack 10-5 rainbow with the backdoor, and I have some backdoor straight draws and stuff that I get to call. And then when I turn the flush draw, it's a very easy just call because I really want to. Yeah, there's just no other option, and the river, like I said, I just have. By the river, I just have hands like two pair and queen jack and whatnot to decide on if I want to call or not. So yeah. But yeah, the definitely some interesting pots the last little bit. A bit of an influx of interesting spots. Pretty okay with most of the choices. Given the information that I have. Yeah. I think all exciting, but fine versus in the spot. I think I like that line. He's supposed to bet the flop pretty often on that board. On the turn, I can start betting my draw myself. This time I checked. And when he bets that smaller size, which I think is a good and fine size, I think I have a hand that's really interested in check raising as a semi-bluff, and then times I have a straight or a hand like, whoa, I just open jam the flop for a lot. That's 430% pot or something. Open jams. Oh, and a call. Aces versus sixes. Nice. Kind of a hilarious hand. Just the snap open jam on the flop. Oh, look out. So gotta remain focused. Another big pot brewing. Raise from the small blind, big blind 3-bets. Small blind calls. Pretty actiony board. Third pot call. Turn ace. These are always situations that can end up in coolers. Check. Quite a big bet. Full pot. He's representing an ace. I think for sure can have some bluffs like queen 10, king 10. Maybe a hand like 5-4 diamonds. My hand is too bad. Fools. Good flop for me. Hoping my opponent had something like a queen or a worse king, but he did not. He snapped. Folded the turn. Oh, this player semi-bluff is back. a weird hand just because he's never supposed to lead on that board, and he does a big size. I think I could raise the flop. Decided to just call, see what happened on the turn in position. You check the turn. I'm probably supposed to just bet more of a middling size. This is a good hand to make this play with. Put a lot of pressure on a hand like ace-10 off, queen-jack off, and has good playability. Unfortunate routes. I mean, could have raised the flop sometimes or the turn, but you know, also didn't want to just load a giant pot and didn't wasn't sure he was gonna be folding at any point. Seems like a player who might be fighting for pots and might not be interested in folds. Obviously, I'm not positive, but raising the flop's an option, raising the turn's an option, but calling is the default play in both instances. That deep, you're just trying to smash the river and smash the turn and win a big pot. This is interesting. He cut off raise to 870, which is a big raise. Checks a flop. That's the turn. Wow, what's going on? Snap bets the turn. Snap bets the river. Big sizes. Semi-bluff is in the tank. And folds. We'll never know. But yeah, with the king nine, I mean, even pre-flop, it crossed my mind to 4-bet, but it's really nice to call a small 3-bet there in position and eventually win a giant pot. But yeah, there was many options that I could have changed. But I think choosing the default options is a fine strategy. Especially versus someone who may be very sticky. The name of the game sometimes is just picking your spots wisely and making big hands and bluffing obviously when you have to, but maybe not making giant pots with very marginal. But sometimes you have to. And sometimes it's completely good and fine. But I guess my point is the default approach would be to wait for better spots, or better cards, I should say. Another big pot brewing. Another fold. We'll never know. Weird, crazy lines. Close for sure. But fine with folding. This is a pretty hand, but the raise is very big, and it's not impossible that if I call, he doesn't make it, 3,000 or something. So can't really call. But if I had 8-7, I would call. Or 9-8 suited, or 7-6 suited. But semi-bluff seems to be either semi-bluffing a lot, or just real bluffing, or having good hands. I don't know. We haven't really seen too many showdowns. A lot of money is going to the pot, and at very rapid pace. Oh, here we go. That was also just a weird, funny pot. He bet the flop, bet the turn. Okay. Fair enough. So yeah, in this spot, he semi-bluff raised. Sorry, he called. Appears like he led the flop, led the turn, bombed the river. I actually missed this hand. Oh, looks like, yeah. Our hand has some backdoor potential, but versus a biggish size on the flop, he's betting to two people. I think folding is kind of just the only play. Action is getting fast and furious. So what happened here as well? Lots of crazy fast hands. I can't keep up with everything. This goes. Yeah. A good one to get through. Of course, I just have a bunch of ace-x like ace-10 and stuff. I could take that one. This time I just so happen to have bluff. a lot of these hands happening, just like three-way limp bots that are checking down and stuff. Nothing overly interesting. So yeah, nothing to really comment on too much because nothing overly interesting. But I think we've played some really interesting pots, big pots. Trying not to, because so much is happening all the time. I don't want to like constantly be opening up the hand history tab and explaining, especially when it's three-handed. It's different when it's six-handed because there's just more time where I don't have any cards because I've folded or whatever. But now it's three-handed. It's you get a hand every couple seconds. I think it's like I'm not supposed to be limping, but I think it's kind of hand. Makes sense. But yeah, I think there's been a lot of interesting big pots. I've ran some bluffs. I've had it. I've had to make some folds. So yeah, just trying to whatever, navigate through poker hands. 10 high can win here. I mean, yeah. But yeah, I would bluff if I had 9 high. A lot of these decisions are also opponent dependent. These guys play a bit of a different strategy, different style. We could raise this. I'm gonna check. Good bet. I'm gonna check. Oh, those things are just normal and close and things like this. So that's it for me today. Thanks to everyone for listening and watching.